So then I hope that answered your question because I've had a lot of people ask me about this whole scale.
Yeah, and I'm a relatively new listener, so I feel like maybe I missed that at some
That's
point.
okay. What part of the country are you in?
I'm in Maryland now. Not where I'm from, but
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, stay tuned. Keep listening. Again, it's nothing is ironclad, but the most things that any woman can do is stay in the gym, keep your feminine shape together, and guys, that goes a long way because you're born with the face you're born with. You can use makeup or things to a lesser degree, but the more natural, the more you can be who you really are and have a killer body works best for you. All right, Sarah?
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. That's guys. Who's watching here? So, she's a 10 street. Yeah, 10s. Understand something. 10 is supposed to be near an impossible standard. There was an old school movie called 10 that had Bo Derek in it. Like the kind of women I like.
Kevo.
If you can, Stacey Dash.
Hey, what's up, Kev? Kev, you my first viewer, bro. Kev with the donut. What's up, fam? Okay, Kev. What you want to come on stage, bro? I told you I was going live, bro. You hear this Will Smith and Jada Pinkett mess, man? This shit is a hot mess, bro. This shit is a hot mess, bro. Will Smith and Jada Pinkett scandal. Shit
Back
crazy.
in the 80s or 90s. Stacey Dash is yes. Stacey Dash or Selma Hayek, Dusk Till Dawn, Selma Hayek. Bruh, your boy is dead. I prefer an athletic shape. Back when, and when I say athletic, I mean not today. Athletic is very different. Yeah. So, anywho, guys, that's what it's gonna get down to, guys. I'm gonna get off of here, guys. We've been going long. Whoa, I know. Do I missing? That's what it's gonna get down to, guys. Most in case. All right, I want to do that one. Stacey Dash was, yes, she was. Robin Gibbons, no, not for me. Robin Gibbons, honestly, guys. Robin Gibbons was about an 8. She has very sharp features. I'm not a big fan of very angular features. Do you go check the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence? It's the whole thing about phi spiral, and people's facial symmetry has more to play in anything than classic beauty.
The super active family. Hey guys, how are y'all doing? I'm doing good, bro. Late night stream. As a Venji Mercy, hey sis.
Again, it has to be intergenerational, intercultural, across the span of years. That's why I use women from previous decades. So I don't use women today because honestly, with the sheer amount of body augmentation, filters, things like that, it's really hard to see what someone truly looks like. And if you are, especially being in the beauty community, there are some shocking things that people can do with contouring and things like that. So here's what we're about to do. We're about to get up out of here. Thank you guys for tuning in to a special Saturday night broadcast. Appreciate you guys for making time. We're gonna be back on Monday. As I said, I'm gonna get that playlist of songs out, all that good stuff, some more best of. We're gonna have a good old time. But until then, we are gonna get up out of here because I got things.
All right. Before he give me a copyright strike, let me change the auto tune and shit. Yeah, shout out to Kevin King though. Thank you for the donation, family. I appreciate that. Lord knows I need it. Super active family. Kevin Kingdom, Young Kings, Abu Dhabi YouTube. Super active, fam. We about to get the party started real quick.
Yo, bro. Gets bums rushed on the stage. You got some black folks saying, we're going to talk about these slavery reparations. Well, it needs to be reparations for everyone. No, ain't going to be no reparations for everyone. Everyone else has already gotten reparations, even though they were never harmed by anything. You got everybody else. Hell, they gave reparations to the former slave owners after the Civil War because they were so put upon, don't you know? They were done so wrong by the end of slavery, don't you know? So no, we're not letting anyone say, well, there could be reparations, but only if Native Americans are included too. Yeah, because all of that land and all of that money and all of that tax-free bingo loot that they've been getting, oh man, you know, that's just not enough. No, reparations for slavery is exactly that. Ain't going to be no piggybacking, ain't going to be any adding anyone else in, not going to be finding any loopholes to make it where, well, if we do anything for black people, everyone else has to be included too. Got to maintain that racial wealth gap at all costs. That's not going to be happening. If we're going to take control of the conversation, that means you take control of it. You seize control of it. You elbow your way in, knock some people over, and you take control of the conversation. But that does not happen without you putting resources behind some sort of media venture. Yes, what Jason has done is laudatory indeed. It is damn good to see. And he's not the first black person who could have done it, and he should not be the only one. You have a responsibility to make sure that he's not, because Jason's not out here fighting for his own empowerment. He is doing his part to forward the empowerment of us all. But again, he's one person. Together, we're going to get this done. One person ain't going to have this happen. One person should not have to. All of you are being called to action. All of you. You need to be doing your homework. You need to be asking questions about what can I do to make sure that the words reparations, to make sure that the words punish the police happen to be in front of people's eyes. What can I do where I am? A lot of black folks love to tell everybody, oh, how smart you are and how intelligent you are and how clever you are. But these are only empty boasts until you put some action behind it. We should all be proud of the opportunity to one-up one another when it comes to things like this. We should all be looking for an opportunity to do so. Because you see, your NIMI-nominated producers and your dudes who are standing on a freaking street corner screaming at white people, these guys are not going to get anything done. These are basically wannabe social clubs and pretend white liberals. Because you see, you're not going to be finding Byron Allen getting involved in anything like this. Isn't that interesting? You would think that if anybody would be doing this, your would-be, wannabe, self-styled civil rights whatever. Why is it that he does not? You want to know why? It's because Byron Allen's a tool of white supremacy. But he's not alone. You do not see any of your so-called black misleaders who are coming anywhere near the black agenda. And the reason why is these guys are all controlled opposition. You'll know when someone is not controlled opposition because they're going to be putting their chips on the black media. They're going to be engaging with the black media, and they're going to be working hand in hand with the black media. You would think the people out here, the ones who are getting things done, you would think that these others would be as strident as possible. You would think that they would be coalescing, coming together. But instead, they're trying to lay low. They don't want to be associated with this black empowerment talk. Not unless there's some white liberals who are giving them permission to. Imagine that. You got these clowns who are so corrupt, so cowardly, so craven, and so useless that they're not even going to lift a finger in their own defense or speak in their own interest unless they can get a white person to give them permission to do so.
Damn, that's
being in the good graces of a white supremacist is far more important to them than whether or not they live to see tomorrow. That's the reason why these black celebrities ain't going to get a damn thing done. You should stop looking for them too. What Jason's done has been the result ultimately of the black grassroots. Yes, we receive the buttressing and support of one another, but we also have to receive the encouragement of one another. Each and every one of you within the sound of my voice needs to be a self-starter. This is not going to be something for 2020 alone. This is going to be the new normal. So that's something that the LGBTs understood. They understood that what they were going to do was going to be taking, especially when you got a small number of people who understand that basically what they're demanding is social validation. Well, social validation, that's not an issue for the law, but as far as they're concerned, if they can just make it where there are enough laws or enough court cases that they can win to put the country on notice, you're going to accept whatever we do, then they figured that that will cover a multitude of deficiencies. But they also understood that that was going to be a decades in the making, so they got to work and they stayed on it. They made it very clear that they were not going to be at all bashful. They were not going to be at all shy about pushing for their interest. And we saw how the LGBT lifestyle went from forbidden to something that was controversial to social acceptance. And you saw that transition happen very quickly. And you notice when it happened, it really got big steam during the 1980s. You would think that Ronald Reagan, the conservative right-wing 1980s, you would think that there would be a huge pushing back. But instead, what happened was they gained steam. You want to know why? It was because they were on code, but also because of the fact that they all understood they had to put their shoulder to the wheel and push together. You did not have LGBTs in Boston trying to ask anybody in San Francisco, what should we do? And the ones in New York weren't doing that either. They already knew what needed to be done. They understood what the message was that needed to be pushed. And every single one of them considered it to be a privilege and an honor to do their part. They weren't waiting for anyone to tell them what to do. And the same thing goes for the white supremacists. The white supremacists, they've spent decades not trying to take an opinion poll amongst themselves and say, well, what can we do that everyone would agree on? Or, well, we want to make sure that whatever we do that everyone's perfectly pleased. Like, no, forget about it. There's always going to be somebody who has some sort of criticism or quibble. But the point is, as long as you know what the message is, what the base message is, then you push that as hard as possible. You already know what needs to be done. And no one should be more cognizant of that fact, of that reality, than us. Even though the billboard says this election, the issue is reparations, just understand, that's the issue every election. And you shouldn't need anybody to tell you that. This is the issue for us every election. I've always told you that even if reparations were to be passed tomorrow, that doesn't have anything to do with tangibles. Reparations is simply under the umbrella of tangibles. Tangibles would be given to us and we would be deserving of it, and we should get tangibles even if slavery never happened. You're supposed to get tangibles from the society simply by benefit of the fact that you're a citizen. And that's exactly what elections in general are supposed to be about. Elections are about who gets what. Now, as we've been seeing the last month or so, there's one of two ways that this can go. Either the issue can be taken care of in a formal election as far as how the resources are divided, or what happens is there can be hell in the streets. But what is not going to happen is we're not going to be targeted for deprivation and for slaughter and for elimination, and then we're just going to be sitting on our hands. That, though, that ain't on the agenda. That ain't the business. And if people want to know why it is that so much hell is being raised, it's because the ballot doesn't work. And Black people have accepted that reality. Oh, when are you Black people going to stop all this hell raising in the streets? We'll stop as soon as the ballot starts working again. When the ballot starts working, that's when we'll decide that there'll be a little less hell raising, maybe. But the thing is, we are under no obligation whatsoever to allow a society to sleep peacefully when they're slaughtering us in the streets and Black people are being murdered in their sleep like Breonna Taylor. When you got Black folks being murdered in their own homes and you got the politicians pretending as if, oh, there's nothing we can do about it, that's not a society that should be allowed to sleep easy at night. That's not a society that should be allowed to have a moment's peace. As long as we're being killed with impunity, this society thinks it's going to be business as usual. Hell no, we're going to mess up the program. Damn right. We're going to make it where I would love to get back to the game. I know you would. And that's why I'm not going to let you. Oh my God, why don't these guys stop it with this? Well, we asked you to stop and you didn't. So it's time for you to see how it's like to live our lives. And we should not be bashful about this at all. If the situation is a crisis, you got to act like it's a crisis. If this is something that needs to be front of mind and has to be a priority, you got to act like it's a priority. If this is the single most important thing going on right now, you have to make it the single most important thing because nobody else is going to do it for you. So that's your homework assignment, family. You see what's going on here. Everyone has to put their shoulder to the wheel. You've got some cleverness. You happen to be intelligent. And you also should be very, very highly motivated. Find out what you can do to help do your part to put the issue of reparations and put the issue of the anti-Black war on the map in people's faces where you are. And if you don't have what it takes to do it necessarily yourself, that's fine. You know full well you got plenty of other like-minded individuals. But the problem with Black folks is too many of us, we're trying to find an out. We're trying to find an excuse, somebody who will give us permission to not have to fight for our own survival. That's what too many Black folks are looking for. They're looking for permission not to do anything. Well, I can't be asking nobody else for anything. Funny, that doesn't seem to stop all these non-Black groups from doing that. If you want Black people to start focusing on something else, you got to start demanding that Black people do. We should have an expectation that Black people are going to act in our group's interest. We should stop giving each other permission not to. See, everybody else, they have a predisposition that Black folks are supposed to do what's for them. All of these non-Black groups who come into our communities and set up stores, they have this attitude of, well, as Black people, you're supposed to be giving us your money. You're supposed to, as if we owe it to them somehow. And then when it comes to Black people who are actually trying to stand our people up, all of a sudden we get bashful and shy and, well, I wouldn't want to impose. No, we have to be on code. And as Jason Black beautifully put it, what does that mean, code of conduct? What does code of conduct mean? What it means is we know what is in our interest and we act accordingly. That's what a code of conduct means. It means you act like you know what's in your interests. And making sure that our tangibles are front of mind. The only issue anyone needs to be talking about, I don't want to hear a damn thing about the Middle East. I don't want to hear a damn thing about no immigrants. I don't want to hear a damn thing about no transgender bathrooms. I don't want to hear a damn thing about no COVID-19. The only thing I want to hear about is that $20 trillion check. That's the reason why I love that billboard. This election, the issue is reparations. Cut the check. That's exactly the attitude Black folks are supposed to have about this. You are supposed to be bold. You are supposed to be in their faces. You are supposed to be uncompromising. You are supposed to be not merely unafraid to offend them. You're supposed to be looking to offend them. That's how you know you're on the right track. When these white supremacists say, oh my God, can you believe these niggers, what the hell they're saying? That's how you know you're on the right track. When these guys are giving a ho-hum, what that means is you're doing A, what they expect, or B, what you're doing doesn't seem to be threatening to them. If we're going to tear down white supremacy, that means we keep white supremacy under constant threat. You're not doing enough of the white supremacists are not feeling uncomfortable about what you're doing. If they're not looking and going, oh my God, we got an A1 emergency on our hands. If you're not doing that, you ain't doing enough. All you would need is 1,000 Black people nationwide in 33 cities. That's all you would need to major league shake things up. By the way, do you know how many Black people that would require? 30 cities. That would be about 33 Black people in 30 cities. And you would have 1,000 Black people. You get 33 of them, just 33, just not even 3 dozen. You get a little over 30 Black folks who are seriously on code. I mean, for real on code. Man, we could change the damn political profile of this country overnight. But what happens is we get to the situation where you got Black folks who are looking for an out, and too many of us are letting them have it. Too many of us are letting them poor mouth us and talk their way out of it and give us excuses for what they cannot do. As Black people, we're used to that idea that we give each other excuses. We give everybody else our money. We give everybody else our time and our support. Vote for the Democrats. Democrats ain't doing a damn thing for Black people. Vote for them. Vote for them. We let Black folks get away with that mess, telling us to continually do what is not in our interest, to continually do what is against our interest, and it's like it's cute. No, we have to change the culture within Black America. And I've been talking about that for over a decade. Take control of the social discourse within the Black community. That's what it means. Take control of it. We're not waiting for Tyler Perry to come along and say, I think you guys could use a check. We're not waiting for Oprah Winfrey to say, I must atone for 4 decades of attacking the Black community and trying to help undermine and destroy it. We're not looking for them to do so. We're looking to each other. And when we look to each other, that is enough. We are sufficient to the task. You don't need to be looking for no Black celebrities or any white liberals or anybody else. You look to each other and you got more than enough support to get the job done. The question is, when are we going to get started? The answer, now. We're going to separate the doers from the do-nothings. Oh, Professor Black Truth, you trying to take me away from my TV watching and my Xbox. I don't give a damn about taking you away from anything. If all you care about is the Real Housewives of Who Gives a Damn, or whether or not you can afford the PlayStation 5, you are not fit for survival and I don't want you around. You don't need to be here. You ain't cut out for this. Black empowerment is not for you. Black empowerment is for the doers. That's your homework assignment, family. This is the year that we start making sure that reparations, our tangibles, are on the map nationwide. Start where you are. You don't need to ask what you need to do. You need to do something. You're familiar with the base message. You already know what the talking points are. You need to be concentrating on crafting the message where you are that is razor sharp, and it happens to be to the point. We're not talking about no immigrants of any color. We're not talking about LGBT. We ain't talking about political parties left or right. This is about the former slaves of this country getting ours. That's what it's about. And about making sure that we don't continue the practice of allowing white supremacy to be able to attack us willy-nilly. That's what you need to be focusing on. So I'm going to close out this evening Sunday address by giving yet another salute to Jason Black. He has shown himself to be not a talker, but a doer. And he has done us all proud by this. And I am honored to be part of the same group as this brother, because it's about time the Black men in particular started standing up and stepping forward and accepting no excuses and making no compromises. Too many Black men like to try to fake it, and we're not allowing any more faking it. You got to be real, and that only gets shown by what you do. Yes, Jason Black has done something big. He's done something bold, something in the face of these white supremacists. He's made a statement. And the response of any and every Black man worth the name who considers themselves to be B1, your response to what Jason has done should be, that was good. Now watch this.
Thank you all for coming. We're going to go ahead and get started here. So I think this is a great way to start the semester, and not only start the semester, but start Black History Month by speaking truth to power and understanding the different contexts of what exactly does speaking truth to power mean, right? So I think I want to start off by saying, when a reporter asked me the other day, they asked me, well, what exactly does institutional provincialism mean? And I asked the reporter, I said, well, what do you think it means? Like, what's your definition of institutional provincialism? And when he read the definition, because it reminded me so much of our institution, how, again, we're very linear, very baseline, bottom line, exactly what the different text and formula says. And he read that it's the idea of narrow-mindedness from a small place into a big metropolis. And I said, well, if you're able to context that in the notion of people and identity, what do you get? And it clicked with him. He said, okay, I see what you're saying. And I think that's what we're going to try to do tonight is look at how when we bring all of ourselves, we bring a sort of identity. We bring a sort of bias or some sort of mindset into this vast metropolis of higher learning. But what happens when we continue to bring more of the same identity, more of the same like-mindedness and narrow-mindedness, to the point that the very institutions that is set to broaden the horizons and advance technology and society advances only the benefit of the few by marginalizing the many. And so what we hope tonight is to start to define what it means to not only institutionalize, but what it also means to soul search, right? What exactly does it mean to normalize oppression? What does it mean to normalize marginalization to the point where we ourselves censor ourselves from the very institutions that we are supposed to provide insight to? So with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. So our guest of the night is Dr. West. So it needs no introduction, but he's made his film in the debut. By the way, I have to write this down because it's a lot. But he made his film debut in The Matrix. He was the commentator with Ken Wilber in the official trilogy released in 2004. He's
gets bums rushed on the stage. You got some black folks saying, we're going to talk about these slavery reparations in particular. Started standing up and stepping forward and accepting no excuses and making no compromises. Too many.
I get copyright flag for every little thing, man. Yeah. I get copyrighted for every little thing. Rhea, you got a sister? That is so funny. Where is she? Antoinette. Where is Antoinette at? Eric Garcia in the building. Antoinette Ordinario. Antoinette Ordinary. Damn, that name is so nice. Like, that name is hot. Oh, shit. And she's hot. Antoinette is pretty as hell. Antoinette Ordinary is not your ordinary. Miss Rizzy, pretty too. Antoinette is not ordinary at all. Okay, Rhea. Thank you, Rhea. Yeah. Will Smith and Jada Pinkett is a mess. It's sick, dude. It's just wrong. Yes, I will hug her. Annie Ace. Annie. Miss Rizzy about to go on a shopping spree. She about to go to Build-A-Bear. Antoinette is not ordinary. Neek's Kitchen, Jamaica. Miss Rizzy, bring me back something from the mall. If you love me, bring me back something from the mall. Some goddamn Cinnabon. I want some Cinnabon. I want some food. Man, yo, where my chips at, yo? Oh my god, man. I gotta go to the store and it's 206. Neek's Kitchen, Jamaica. Peace, fam. Wagwan. I gotta send out that super chat. That 13 million people in the building.
To do. Until next time. Peace.
No, we not doing that. You're not about to get me copyright flagged and all that shit. You lost your mind. Tiffany. There, sis, go. I gotta go to the store. I am hungry. Miss Rizzy, what's up? Yo, you playing? Miss Rizzy, you in my chat playing and shit, blowing me kisses and shit. She out of pocket. And you look like my favorite food, and I just said I'm hungry. So stop playing with me, yo. So stop playing with me. And Tiffany, you playing, sis. I'm about to put you in timeout. As you keep dropping a link every 5 seconds. Like you lost your ever-loving mind. Are you crazy, Tiffany? Tiffany is out of control. Period.
Beyonce and Jay-Z and Michelle and Barack. And then she goes on to sing about this unbreakable, this love is unbreakable. But here's the thing. I want you guys to count. Bill and Camille, fake couple. Oprah and Stedman, never married. Flo and James Evans, TV. Okay? Half of the people she listed weren't even real. That's how bad marriage has gotten in the Black community between those ages I just said. From 38 to 62, that's how bad marriage has gotten. But when we talk about unbreakable, who ends up breaking these marriages? Who ends up breaking these families? Is it the men? No, you heard all the books about Stella getting her groove back and this and that. But when it comes right down to it, 80% of divorces in the Black community are filed by Black women. When you heard Will Smith tell Jada Pinkett Smith, I told you in the first year of our marriage, I could love you through anything. He said, I didn't believe it. And she proceeded to test it. So much so that she went and preyed upon a young drug-addicted boy, her son's age. Now, let's just be real. If this story had been the other way around, Will Smith was preying on one of Willow's drug-addicted friends, they would be burning Will Smith in effigy. But I'm gonna take it down this way because we've been talking a lot about marriage, high value marriage, and all sorts of kind of thing. And what I hear is a lot of younger women, 19 to 29. They're like, I do not want to be like Jada Pinkett Smith. I don't want to be like any of these women I'm hearing from this 38 to 62. They have lived. The results speak for themselves. Do these women seem to be happy? I mean, let's be real. If you can't be happy with a Will Smith dude, who can you be happy with? I mean, if you're going to have a Mount Rushmore of Black men that are globally acceptable, who's better than Will Smith? Who? I mean, he's had a career that started off in rap, and he kept it clean. Then he went to TV, blew up. Then he went to movies, blew up. Now on the internet, blew up. He's darn near as perfect as you can get. There are only two people I can think of that would be ahead of him. Who? Only thing that you could get better than Will Smith would be Denzel Washington or Barack Obama. Those are the only two living black men that could hold a candle to what Will Smith has accomplished from a standpoint, from a brand standpoint. And if I had to say just from a life standpoint, period, I could only add one more, and that's Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King Jr., Will Smith, Denzel Washington, and Barack Obama. That's a Mount Rushmore of black men. And even he can't make Jada Pinkett Smith happy. Now remember, Jada's the second wife. Will divorced his first wife and got with Jada. And she said, I just wanted to feel good. That's why when some of these women call into my show, I'm like, what is it that you want? I want, and then you hear him talk about all these fantastical things. I want a man that's a provider male, and I want to stay at home and make babies and da 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 da. Then ask him about the kind of man, and they never. And the man is just a puzzle piece. The men that these women describe have no depth, no character, no nothing, because at the end of the day, this group of black women was taught that they did not need. See, it sounded good when Beyonce was talking about independent and baby, and then, don't need no man and all. It sounded real good, but now you see what is wrong. When you raise a generation, and then when you have baby boomers raising Generation X, raising millennials thinking that they don't need their men, it is hard for women like this to ever be happy. Black women like Jada, 38 to 62. You know what I call it? In baseball, it's called Murderer's Row. You have a lineup of people that are batting, but each one is more dangerous than the other.
Yeah, it's lit. Antoinette Ordinary, can you share the stream? Do you have 1,000 subscribers? Pereira Jing, you got 1,000 subscribers? And damn. Road to 1K, Pereira. Miss Rizzy, ain't you at the mall right now?
I got my finger on the pulse of that, and that's what you need right now. You need that to be the situation. But you're lacking that. So you're relying on the white supremacist police apparatus to make up for that shortfall. And now they've turned the spigot off and said, we ain't helping with that. And they've done like they did during antebellum slavery. When they passed the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, they didn't give black folk what we were supposed to have so we could be self-sufficient. They wanted us to fail, so they just abandoned you and turned you loose in a white supremacist system. You were no longer in physical chains, but they understood, we got economic chains on you. That we got physical chains and economic chains. You got the physical ones off of you, but now get ready for the economic and societal ones. So we're going to turn you loose in a society and in a system that requires resources, but you ain't going to have no resources. So we're going to turn, so you're doomed to fail right out the jump. We've already set you up for failure right out of the gate. Well, this is what they've done in Atlanta. You have a situation of economic deprivation and social engineering of chaos, and I'm going to get back to that here in a few moments, for the purposes of engineering failure. So instead of them having an organized situation of letting it down easy, they just said, okay, screw it, we're going to pull out. And what this is supposed to do, I want you to understand what the purpose of doing that is supposed to do. The purpose of the goal of the white supremacist powers right now is to shock you into panicking. That's their goal right now. Their goal right now is to shock you into panicking. Your first instinctive emotional reflex is going to be to run back to them and say, we had it better when they were running things. We had it better when you were running stuff, Daddy. So now you're supposed to panic and run back and beg them to come on back and take things back over again. You spent all this time getting rid of them. And by them just abandoning the structure and saying, all right, niggas, you have it, you're supposed to panic and beg them to come back and rule over you like the children of Israel. That you're supposed to be so sensitive and so scared that you go begging them, please come back and help. Please come back. I mean, what happened to Rayshard Brooks was bad, but it wasn't as bad as what's happening now. We were better off when the white supremacists were able to victimize us with impunity. We were better off under that. That's where you're supposed to be right now. That's what they want to condition you and force you to start feeling right now, that you were better off under that. Things were better over there. And if that doesn't work, if they're not able to get you to be too scared enough, then they'll send in their forces to forcibly destabilize you. If it looks like you're getting a little bit too strong and too powerful. Now, there's a little bit more I want to play here, and then I'm going to give you the comprehensive analysis of what they're not saying.
Yeah.
Is that the story tip from the other day? That's the
Mayor Bottoms was on that was when we saw Mayor Bottoms on TV, like, y'all killed, there was a baby killed. What are y'all doing? We need to get this together. We saw on the news.
Yeah.
Well, God bless you, brother.
You know what I'm saying?
God bless you, brother. That's real shit. That trumps any shenanigans that is going on the internet for sure.
I mean, we can still talk about the shit.
So I want you all to be clear here. Keisha Bottom B is out here trying to tell us what we don't need and what we need to be doing. People, if you believe that gentrification is harmless, you take a look at the situation of black folk simply running their own neighborhoods, or the black people, or what happens when the white supremacist powers engineer a situation like this. If you think that gentrification is harmless, let me tell you all, white supremacy relies on two things: chaos and deceit. They rely on chaos and deceit. They've gone around the world, and how they gain power in places where they are numerically at a disadvantage. What they do is they go into the local populations and sow chaos. They sow dissension. They go find two groups within those two factions within that group of people, and then they start providing them with guns and money, just enough to start fighting each other. And when you all start going to war against each other, they step in through the middle and then suppress everybody. And by the time they get done, you're so busy at each other's throats. There's so many dead folk. Y'all have started killing each other. So now it's created, blood feuds. But your blood feud ain't with the white supremacist who's dominating and killing everybody. Your blood feud is with other weak, marginalized people. They've done this all over the Middle East now. They've done this all over the world. This is a standard playbook of white supremacy. They've got centuries of data that they are able to mull over. So they trust these techniques because they have worked for centuries. These are tried, tested, and true methods of dominating people. So they're going to revert back to them every time because they work. Because they work. And right now, you're supposed to be so scared and so worried that you are going to panic and go run back to them and demand that they come back in and, quote, restore order. They created the chaos, but now you are going to be in the position of begging them to come back and restore order. And I want to say this in absolutely no uncertain terms tonight. Not no, but hell no. People, we won. I want to make this very clear to you. We won. Do you understand that? We got the governmental structures in Minneapolis, in Atlanta, in DC, it's spreading in other places. They're taking down Confederate monuments. People, we're winning. And in Atlanta, we're not just winning, we won. We won the war. Their job now is, this is another one of their white supremacist tried and tested strategies. Yeah, you won the war, but can you keep the peace? You won the war, but can you keep the peace? That's their strategy now. Is that, yeah, black folk, okay, you won the war in Atlanta, but we're going to see to it that you lose the peace. That's the game that they're playing with us now. People, we got Keisha Bikini Bottoms to concede to our demands. We got the governmental structure to bow to our demands. That's the definition of winning. And as I've said here for over a decade, black folk as a group don't recognize when they've won. Black people as a group don't recognize when they have won. And they're using that against us. They're using that against us, the idea that we're so used to losing that we don't understand when we're winning. Now, hands up to everybody who didn't expect that this was going to be there were going to be some speed bumps along the way, because you are not being given power, people. This is what it happens when you take power. Do you understand that? This is what happens when you take power. Let me say something to you all. See, for those who have not been trained about history and don't understand these things, people, freedom is meant. But when black folk are building something, all of a sudden they tell you, it's too messy over there, and not nearly the number of people have died as when they were running things. People, freedom is messy. Freedom can be untidy. Freedom can leave some stuff laying around. Freedom can require some cleanup. But we've got to understand that that's where we're at right now, because we are cleaning up and fixing a white supremacist hellhole. That's what we're doing. We are trying to drain a white supremacist swamp of toxic sewage. Hell yeah, it's going to be messy. Because just like I've got to remind you all, this is an important broadcast here tonight, because I want to remind you all of all the things I've taught you over the years. Remember, you're going to be hearing this a lot tonight. Remember when I taught you all that when we walked off the plantations, we didn't walk off the plantations a bunch of black folk who yearned to be free. There's a bunch of Negroes who were on the plantations that if they could have gone back tomorrow, they would have done it. In 1869, in 1890, in 1895, in 1900. There are a number of them who wanted to go back and were extolling the virtues and the benefits of being on the plantations. Do you all think that we're any different today? Don't y'all know there were some of them old Doja Cat type hoes on the plantations who were yearning and longing for the old days when they could snuggle up to Brad and be his little back of the shed hoe? And she's like, I'm out here struggling with y'all niggas. At least under Massa, yeah, the food wasn't great there neither, but at least I had a guarantee of crumbs. Y'all niggas want me to fight to bake a loaf of bread when Massa was willing to give me crumbs. That's where we at now. Massa was willing to crumbs. And we're in a situation where people are sitting up here saying, okay, we scared now. Now we're scared. Now we're worried. Don't you all understand? This is what it's like. It's like that. It's not going to be easy. So somebody telling you that our first couple of weeks after centuries of domination, we're supposed to just have a handle on it? No, it's supposed to be a certain way? No. No, people, that's not the way it's going to be, and I want you to understand that. Understand how this is actually going to be so that you can prepare yourself for the way that things are actually going to go. If you're going to be free, you need to have realistic expectations. You need to have realistic expectations so that these folks don't break your spirit. Because right now they want you to get scared. They want you to be afraid of a world that they don't run things in. They want you to be worried. And if you're not worried, that's going to be a problem. You need to be scared of a world where they don't run it. You see, the mistake that we made is not taking freedom and power for ourselves, people. That's never a mistake. Let's be very clear about that. That is never a mistake. It is never a mistake to take freedom and power for yourself. That's never a mistake. They want you to believe that all of a sudden you've made a mistake saying that we want to be free. Why, you should be glad that that the worst that was happening to you was we had the power to murder you with impunity. You should be grateful that that was the worst that you had to worry about. So what we're experiencing right now is a lot of you so-called Negro shot callers, you're recognizing you don't have any. So what's happening is the bushikas on the block that white supremacy created, and let's be very, very clear, the white supremacist apparatus, I have told you all since I started the Black Channel, bushika and the slave master are one and the same. Bushika and the slave master are one and the same. The slave master created the hood rat. The hood rat is not the creation of the African. The hood rat is the creation of the white supremacist. On the plantations, the Doja Cats and the Stacey Dashes, those are the white supremacist creations so that he could breed Black people who they give their compliance to white people, but their aggression to Black people. And Black folk ain't did nothing to them. You understand that? They give their compliance to white society, but they give their aggression to Black people. They're ultra aggressive against Black folk. They're here to wag their finger and tell you what you can't have. That's what they do. They wag their fingers and tell you what you're not supposed to be doing, but they don't go and tell the white supremacists, okay, this is what y'all aren't supposed to be doing. That doesn't happen. That doesn't occur. And they understand that. Because the purpose that they serve is to run interference. The purpose that they serve is to keep Black people fighting amongst themselves. The purpose that they serve is to be the cannon fodder. That's the purpose that they have always served. Their job is to be the cannon fodder. Their job is to go out there and cause dissension. They're the Negroes who just go to jail to go to jail. And white supremacy understands they've cultivated them. They've cultivated that hood rat class for the purposes of stymieing us. Their entire purpose is to cultivate that hood rat class for the purposes of stymieing our progress. So that they know if you leave Black folk alone, well, don't worry. You see, in our education system, we got a bunch of welfare hoes who they immediately put their children on Ritalin or whatever drugs we give them. So the kids are disciplinary problems. They're uneducated. They're either going to end up in prison or they're going to cause problems on the street for other Black folk until they end up in prison. That's not an accident, people. They're here to create substandard, subpar individuals and then leave them there because they destabilize you from the inside. They destabilize you from within. So while you're supposed to be working on these other things, we're going to take that down a notch. And they know that they're running around out there. You see, in white society, if you try to be a hood rat, they're gonna stamp that out. You can't be the little white hood rat because you're a cancer on the inside. They're gonna stamp that out. So among us, what you're witnessing right now is that these hoes who were not dealt with for the longest time, and what I got to say tonight, it's gonna be very, very difficult for a lot of people, but it needs to be said. These hoes that we have not dealt with, who walked off the plantations, who do not produce, you are now understanding that you have dealt with the enemy from without. You must now deal with the enemy within. You won the war against the white supremacist puppets, but you must now clean house. And if you are unwilling to clean house, and just be straight up and honest with yourself about who the problems really are and who the enemies really are, and that it is time to clean house from within. If you're sitting up here telling yourself, well, if they look like us, they with us. No, they're not. No, they're not. They are not with us. The Pookies and the Ray Rays and the Bushikas and the Chandelikas and the folks who do not produce, Marcus Garvey said they cannot go back to Africa with us because they were useless in America and they will be useless in Africa. That's where we are right now. They were useless to us in America. They will be useless to us in Africa. The hood rats and hoes were not building nothing before the Intifada, before the uprising. They won't be building nothing afterward. Understand that. This is why you need neighborhood shot callers. You see, neighborhood shot callers, when you got folk in the neighborhood who call the shots, what they do is they go in and say, all right, this is what the rules gonna be. They know who the hoes are. They know what's going on. And they maintain discipline. No, people, we don't need the return of the white supremacist structure. Oh, I'm going there tonight. I'm going there tonight. I'm going there tonight in a W12. 800 horsepower. You see, in the Italian community, oh boy, I said it. They didn't rely on the police or the governmental structure. These were whites who weren't accepted as whites. They were non-whites. So they said, to hell with it. But the first thing that they did was they said, we are an ethnic group and you answer, everybody in the neighborhood answers to us. You don't answer to the governmental power structure. You don't answer to the police. You answer to us. We provide the resources. We provide the affluence. We make sure the machine keeps running. You answer to us. Black society is lacking power brokers at the street level. We are lacking power brokers from within the community. That's what's lacking. That's what we're missing. Keisha Bottoms is not a power broker. Keisha Bottoms is a damn puppet of the white supremacist structure. Bowser, Lightfoot, Turner in Houston. These Negro ass kissers, London and San Francisco, they're not power brokers. They don't run nothing. Them niggas wasn't running nothing before they got elected, and they're not running nothing now. Do you understand that? They weren't running anything before they ran for elected office. They ain't running nothing now. Keisha Bottoms has gotten her daily bread from working within the system. These are not power brokers. So when it is time to exercise power in the streets, they ain't prepared to do that. They're not ready to do that. But this is what Black people are missing. We're missing a Black power structure at the street level. We're missing power brokers who can say, if You are not building, and if you are not useful, you have to leave town. You gotta go. No, you don't have freedom of speech. You don't have freedom of movement. If you're not producing, you gotta leave. Now you can leave head first or feet first, but you gotta go. And you gotta mean that. You're not gonna sit here and murder children on some hood rat bummy ass nigga stuff. You ain't gonna do that. You're not going to do that. Everyone will be expected to pull their weight. If you do not pull your weight, you will be pulled from a hearse. Those are your options. You and your mammy. Let me say that again. You and your mammy. As black people, we got to be used to doing that. You see, the Black Panthers were the last time we had an apparatus that did that. The Black Panthers, when they ran it on the block, they made the rules. They provided the meals. They provided the local protection. That was what scared the government of the Panthers. They understood this is a government. The Panthers weren't just a, quote, political party. They weren't just local activists. They formed their own local government because the average citizen doesn't answer to them. It doesn't answer to us at City Hall. They answer to the Panthers. They've set up their own government. Oh, we got to lock all them niggas up, lock them up, gun them down, whatever. They have set up their own government. And there are the three things that a government must have. It must have resources, it must have a plan, and it must have the ability to enforce its will. People, we won the war is what I'm trying to tell you. They're trying to convince you now that we didn't win it. No, we won the war. We won the war by getting the police and the mayor's office to back down. We won the war. And Professor Black Truth has reminded you all here in recent months that a law that cannot be enforced is not a law at all. You see, if the police are the apparatus that enforces the white supremacist law, you all thought you understood that, but you didn't really understand it. The police enforce the white supremacist rule of law. But if the police don't show up, a law that you cannot enforce is not a law. If it doesn't have the power of force behind it, then it's not a law. And they entered a situation where they could not enforce it anymore. That's where we put them. We put them in a situation where they couldn't enforce it anymore. People, the police are telling you right now, we ain't showing up. So what that means is something that black people are paralyzed by. You're free. You make the rules now. You make the rules. Their enforcement apparatus ain't showing up. You make the rules now. And most black folk are terrified by that because, can we just be honest, most black people are looking for a white ass to kiss and white boots to lick. Let's just be totally honest about that. So I've been telling you all about how freedom is messy and the revolutions of history. Well, you have to understand, we're in the middle right now of a black civil war. Let's just say it like it is. This is it. This is it. What I've told you about for years now. This is it. This is what a civil war looks like as black people, and it has been long overdue. Long overdue. The field Negroes and the house niggas. This is the battle that has always been there, and white supremacy has always put up forces in the middle to make sure that we have never been able to be allowed to stamp out that house nigga class. People, the house niggas, y'all think the house niggas were just the folk in the house. No, listen to me. House niggas are not the people who are in the house. House niggas is anybody who is in the house or anybody who identifies with those who are in the house. In other words, those who are in the house or anyone who aspires to be. You notice your blonde-headed weaves are worn by your most dirty, gutter-ass hood rat hoes. Have you ever noticed that? Those are the females who most identify with white women. Intelligent black women do not do that to their heads, but the most gutter hoes do it as a regular course of a regular practice in life. You would have figured the upper ones did. No, the gutter ones identify with white mommy. They call her mommy. They get quiet when white folk walk into the room. You got to understand, house niggas ain't the ones who just made it in the house. You see, the Jesse Lee Petersons made it into the house. The Clarence Thomases made it into the house. The Thomas Souls made it into the house. The Pookies and Ray Rays and Bushikas aspire to get into the house. Now, they don't aspire to earn anything or build anything. They aspire, however, to get into the house. They take a look. They would sell their souls for a pack of now and laters. And you take a look at them and say, there's no way in the hell you're going to be able to pass in white society. And they're like, yes, I can. Watch me. I can do it there. You niggas don't know. We have to understand the house niggas is anybody who aspires to get in that house with Massa. There's a bunch of niggas who aspire to get there. And you got to understand a bunch of them are walking the streets. When we walked off the plantations, it wasn't a bunch of Nat Turners. See, that's a fantasy and a fiction we tell ourselves, is that when the 13th, 14th, and 15th amendments were passed, that everybody who walked off the plantations, that those were a bunch of folk who would have been with Nat Turner. First of all, the majority of the slaves wasn't jibing with Nat Turner or Harriet Tubman. Let's just get that out the way. Most niggas on the plantations wasn't about that life. Let's be very, very clear about that. We're gonna have to swallow that. We're gonna have to hold that L. Most of them niggas on the plantations were not about freedom and wasn't about that life. They wasn't gonna lift a backhoe, a pitchfork. They wasn't gonna do nothing. We gotta understand that. So when we walked off the plantations, we have this fantasy in our heads that it was just this army of Nat Turners and Denmark Vesey's and Harriet Tubmans, and they were all ready to be free and get some things popping on their own. That's a damn lie. That's a fantasy. That's a fiction. We walked off the plantations. Yeah, you had some Marcus Garveys and some Malcolm X's and some Huey P. Newtons, but you had a whole lot of Stacey Dashes who were mad as hell because they had just lost what they saw as their meal ticket. These are niggas who do not want to support themselves, don't want to contribute. And white society is like, good, you'll be the one who you look like the rest of them, so you're in camouflage, but you actually have the heart of me, the white supremacist demon. You've got my heart, so I'll keep you around because you're a useful lackey. You're a turncoat. You're useful. So I'll keep you around, Bushika. I'll keep you around. That's what they think. So when we walked off the plantations, people, we didn't just walk off with our Malcolm X's and Denmark Vesey's. We walked off with our Sheriff David Clarks. We walked off with a bunch of them too. They walked off the plantations with us. And their first course of business was to establish to the dominant society that they wasn't with us and they ain't one of us. And that continues to this very day. That continues to this very day. You're walking the streets right now with a bunch of house niggas who wish and pray to God they can get back in the house. They want to get back in there worse than anything. And as far as they're concerned, what you're witnessing in real time, as far as they're concerned, black people running things, that's the end of the line for their ass. So they just nut the hell up and wig the hell out. Understand that. These people here are here to undermine us. So as soon as it looked like we was going to be free, as soon as it looked like we were going to get things together, oh no, these niggas took to the streets. And let me just be very clear about what I'm about to say next. When I'm talking about the house niggas, I'm talking about LGBT. Let me be very clear about that. I don't want to say this in any uncertain terms. I'm talking about the LGBT folk. The ones who put LGBT first and keep interrupting us from beating the brakes off white supremacy so they can say, but what about LGBT? You the house niggas too. You the house niggas too. We're going to have to recognize that. The game that you all are playing is that you'll sit up here and sit next to us and, oh, we're going to take over the discussion. No, you the house niggas too. And we as black folk have to recognize that coming in the gate. We're going to have to recognize that coming in the gate. And let me be very, very clear. This is going to upset some of y'all here. But truth be told, folks, we talk about buck breaking on the plantations. Oh boy, I'm about to get in trouble. I'm about to get in good trouble. We talk about buck breaking on the plantations, but boy, truth be told, some of them, oh, can we just keep it 100? Some of them niggas on them plantations, that was they get down. Oh, am I getting in trouble now? Am I getting in trouble? Am I messing up my following here? Am I getting folks mad at me? Y'all have never heard anybody say what I just said. Tonight's the first time you heard that from anyone. I don't know. But hey, I just got to say it like it is right now. Truth be told. Oh, we walked off the plantations with our bed bucks, our bed winches, our hoes, our sellouts, our LGBT, our Billy Porters. We walked off the plantations with them too. We walked off the plantations with our butt-broken Billy Porters. We walked off with them too. And them niggas was like, well, damn, I ain't got a white zaddy to lay up with no more. Y'all niggas done busted up my hustle. I got to get out here and fend for myself. Oh, 720 degrees, 10-ton analysis. So if it ain't nothing new up under the sun, you've been looking at that for a minute now. If you hadn't noticed, you're looking at that for a minute. So we come to a fundamental question here that needs to be dealt with. And the fundamental question here is, can we police our own communities? That is the fundamental question that we have to confront as Black people. As we deconstruct and dismantle this evil, wicked white supremacist system, the white supremacists are betting that we're going to get scared and say to ourselves, forget it, we got cold feet, we can't handle this, we can't manage this. Can we as Black people police our own communities without their help? Can we do this on our own? Yes, we can, but you're going to have a black set of rules. You cannot police black people according to white supremacist standards. Furthermore, nor would you ever wish to. But before we do that, I want us to first take a look at the history of the police in America. First and foremost, and I want you to understand how it dovetails with some things I've said to you here previously. As you all know, police were not a thing. Yeah, I mean, you had things like this. You had sheriffs in England, you know, the sheriff of Nottingham. Yes, he was a real person. You had sheriffs, but you didn't have police. You didn't have that. You didn't have police out here. White folk didn't have police monitoring them. Do you understand now? No. Y'all are getting ahead of me now. Don't jump to the slave patrols. People, no. I want you to walk this each individual step so that you can understand why you've seen history unfold the way it has, because that history that has unfolded in the past is affecting you today. White folk didn't put police over themselves. Let's start from the beginning. Don't be trying to step ahead. Everybody wants to show how damn smart they are. Ooh, I know the rest over here, slave patrols. Stop. Because you don't understand. First and foremost, they didn't put police over themselves. They didn't sit down and say, we need somebody to sit up here and ride shotgun over us. They didn't do that. When it was just them, they did not do that. Understand that. So when it was just them and they had to deal with just themselves, they didn't deputize each other to sit up here and exercise power over each other. They didn't do that. If there was an issue or a problem, they dealt with it by hand themselves. Understand that. In Jamestown and other places, they dealt with it by hand. Why do you think you had the Salem witch trials? They dealt with these things by hand. They dealt with it themselves. But they didn't elect a police body to regulate their daily behavior. It wasn't until they had a large population of Africans among them that all of a sudden you had the institution of these individuals sanctioned by the state for the purposes of exercising power over black folk. This is where you start having your slave catchers and slave patrols and the seeds that would eventually evolve into what you understand today as your modern police / law enforcement apparatus. But these were private entities paid for by the rich. There's a reason why I keep making these statements and connecting these dots. It was the rich and the well-off who instituted these enforcement apparatus. They were the ones who did that, not the common citizen. For those of you who know your history of the railroads and law enforcement, you're familiar with the Pinkertons. The Pinkerton Detective Agency. This was a private company that at one time, there were more people working for Pinkerton than soldiers in the federal government. Pinkerton had more agents working for them than Abraham Lincoln did. And the Pinkerton Corporation pioneered techniques like mugshots and fingerprints. It wasn't municipalities that developed those innovations. It was the Pinkertons. And the municipalities took a look at how effective these things were. Remember, in the lawless West, you might have had a marshal, maybe a sheriff, but you didn't have local police. So in these lawless areas, you had the Pinkertons. You had private security. For those of you who do not understand your history or didn't know your history, you're learning some things tonight. Go Google it if you think I'm wrong. Go Google the Pinkertons. If you saw that movie, I think it was 3:10 to Yuma. One of the guys in there, he was a Pinkerton agent. The railroads paid them to stop people from robbing their trains and to go catch outlaws. So over the course of centuries, to you it's just years, because you're here in the 21st century. Over the course of those 300, 400, 500 years, they took a look at all these things that were happening. These private patrols and entities for the purposes of catching men, what they call manhunters. These private entities who hired individuals who were manhunters. And these manhunters carried guns, maps, provisions, logistics. And they would catalog and categorize what they were doing with fingerprints, mugshots, documentation, names, dates, places, who, what, when, where, why, and how. So then you start seeing the cultivation of your detective techniques. But these were things that were cultivated in the private sector, and then municipalities saw how useful they could be, and then they adopted these techniques so that you would have municipal manhunters in service to an ever-growing and prospering society, for the purposes of ensuring that certain segments within this growing and prosperous society remained controlled and unprosperous. You needed all these police so that you could regulate your black workforce. Or worse, anyone who was not a part of the black workforce and could be trouble. Free-minded Negroes give ideas to ones who aren't. That was how you ended up with the police. And we as black people haven't understood the lessons here. Control of your community is not something that comes from the outside in. Oppression, occupation, domination comes from the outside in. Constructive control of your society, of your community, comes from the inside out. It comes from you. It comes from you and your people by taking responsibility for the well-being and care of your community. Let's just keep it 100. Bushika don't wash her ass. Oh, did I say that? I said it. Bushika don't wash her ass. You figure she's going to clean up the block around where she lives or whatever? She don't wash her ass.
Oh my God.
She doesn't take care of her personal hygiene. You think she's going to be able to take care of a community? Are you serious? You're going to entrust her with maintaining the cleanliness of the community? Really? Let's not talk silly. You see, when you are entrusted with the care of the community, you take on more responsibility, not less. You take on more. Responsible people take on more responsibilities. And when you're going to be in charge of your community, that means that you are going to be lifting heavier loads. You're going to be lifting more things. You're going to be picking up more things. You're going to be responsible for more things. But Bushika can't be responsible for washing her ass, washing her hair, washing her feet. She can't be responsible for that. She is automatically engineered sabotage us. Pookie and Ray Ray, these niggas can't change a tire on a car. They are congenital failures as men. So they don't build anything. They are a net negative for black people. They don't build anything. They don't do anything useful. They don't contribute. And as such, if you don't understand that you're walking next to people who do not have the same agenda that you do, that's going to be a problem. That is going to be a hell of a problem for you. Understand that. As Black people, it is going to be necessary for us to see that the enemy from without is more dangerous than the enemy within. I mean, the enemy within is more dangerous than the enemy without. The enemy within is more dangerous than the enemy without, because the bad guys are depending upon if by any chance you do actually get us out of the way, we got somebody on the inside who doesn't give a damn about what you doing, but you're going to keep them next to you. That's important to us. You're going to keep them next to you. And while you're going to keep them next to you, we're going to be like, okay, well, that's going to work for us. Have to accept that reality. They're not with us. They're not with us. Get over it. They're not helping us, and they're not with us. Furthermore, they never were. Furthermore, they never were. And don't let anybody sit up here and deceive you into thinking that we got to bring everybody. No, we don't. No, we don't. As a matter of fact, what you are witnessing now is the fallacy of believing that you got to bring everybody with you. No, actually, we don't. Furthermore, we can't. Furthermore, we cannot bring all of them with us because all of them are not ready to be free. And that's just the bottom line. They're not all ready to be free. As a matter of fact, many of them are dedicated to the task of undermining us as a people. And so it leads to a situation where, as Black folk, we're sitting up here saying, well, hell, what the hell can we do? Maybe we should beg and see if we can go back where we were. Maybe White Daddy will forgive us and take us back in. Without you recognizing that this is deliberately done for the purposes of making you feel like you are insecure and that you can't actually handle it for yourself. People, do you realize what a golden opportunity this is for us right now? Do you realize what a golden, once in a century, once in a millennial lifetime opportunity we have right now? We've got the ability to rebuild these community apparatus in our image, the way that we want it to, in a manner that serves our interests for the first time. Do you realize that's where we are today? That's where we're at. We're at a moment in history where we can build things to our liking. But you got to ask yourself a question. Are you ready to start making the rules? Are you prepared to start making the rules? Are you prepared to have everybody toe the line? And are you prepared to deal with anyone who refuses to do so, or worse, tries to disrupt the peace? I will be as diplomatic as I possibly can, which I know for a lot of y'all may seem uncharacteristic for me. People, the reason that T.I. and friends are having frustration about this is because they haven't actually had to run anything before. They have only really been responsible for making good for themselves, but they haven't actually had to run something before. They haven't had to run blocks and make sure they were quiet, maintained, and well-groomed, and that people were doing what they're supposed to be doing. They weren't prepared for that. We had some well-to-do Negroes, and I talked about this before, that prosperity for one or two niggas in Atlanta, that's not a prosperous black society. So some niggas with a Bentley and a Rolls Royce, okay, you doing well for you, but everybody else is out here struggling. There is no discipline. What have you done outside of yourself? So what you got to do, see, in the mafia, yes, we're going back to that again. In the mafia, yeah, you got the Don, you got the underboss, but then you got the lieutenants, you got the capos, and they deal with the soldiers. You've got to delegate authority. And what's missing right now in Atlanta is there's no delegation of authority. See, right now, what we need is a situation where we set the rules and then we delegate the authority. Too many folk want to sit up here and act like driving an ultra luxury car represents a disciplined society. No, that represents a big dollar purchase. That doesn't represent a prosperous, maintained, disciplined society. And that's what's missing. As black people, you're going around these neighborhoods, and what you're witnessing is that, unfortunately, nobody has put into place their Bushika control. See, what's supposed to happen in the days of Frank Lucas and Bunchy Carter and the big hustlers, this would have been a quiet. See, that's the part that's missing. Anybody can get a bunch of niggas together to make some noise. Leadership is somebody who can get folk to be quiet. You remember the story of Malcolm X, held up his hand and everybody got quiet. Leadership is the ability to get folk to be quiet. Leadership is the ability to get people to listen. Leadership is the ability to get everyone to focus their energies and their strengths toward a singular cause. Leadership is not driving a big car and making other niggas envious. And our bougie ass niggas, and I'm not gonna put this at the feet of T.I. or even Killer Mike. I'm not gonna put this at their feet because there's a whole bunch of them. Let's just be real about that. If you want to see the problem with black folk in Atlanta, oh hell, nigga, I'm going out. If you want to see the real problem with black folk in Atlanta, take your ass to Creflo Dollar's church. What is that, World Changers? Tomorrow morning, you go take your ass out there to World Changers, and you can see the problem with Atlanta pulling up in the damn parking lot all morning. A bunch of old niggas. A bunch of broken niggas, a bunch of defeated niggas, a bunch of exhausted niggas. And all they got to show for their life is a Mercedes and they Sunday dress, showing up at the church. But you don't run nothing on the block, nor are you insisting or endorsing that we should. You have a bunch of old niggas getting together for escapism. But if you want to know what's really wrong, go take a look at that parking lot. You'll find out real quick. There's a whole bunch of folk. It ain't just T.I. I'm not going to put this just on T.I. Atlanta, y'all got some business folk, but they ain't trying to run nothing. They ain't trying to run nothing. Let me give you a parallel. Oh, let me hurt your damn feelings to the niggas with their lips poked out who don't like the truth. Let me hurt your damn feelings then. All of you are familiar. If you ever seen the mafia movies and whatnot, you know everybody owned a restaurant, right? You do understand that. Every damn body owned a restaurant. These weren't just getting together places. These were places of commerce. They owned restaurants, they owned nightclubs, and they ran the block. I'm talking about the Italian mafia, the Irish mafia, the Jewish mafia, Meyer Lansky, Bugsy Siegel. They didn't just sit up here and run guns and hoes. They ran legit. They had legit businesses. They had legitimate businesses that did legitimate business. Black folk, there's a bunch of restaurants in Atlanta. Yeah, them niggas got a restaurant and nothing else. They call no shots. They run nothing. People, the purpose of building a prosperous economy is so that you utilize that economy to take control of the political structure of your community. Black businesses in Atlanta don't even think about doing that. It's some niggas whose only real goal is to get some money so they can go buy an expensive car and go stunt on other poor people. In these other communities, if they own a restaurant, they run the block. Black folk are mad about that today. You talk about your Jewish landlords and your Arab landlords, but the bottom line is their goal isn't to buy a fancy car. Their goal is to run the block. Their goal is to run the block. And you see, when you run the block, then you start setting the rules for who's supposed to be there and who isn't. That's the way that works. When you run the block, you sit up here and you say, producers only. No. Old Pookie over there, you see him? Yeah, he ain't dressed to produce. We make sure he stays away. He ain't dressed to produce. He doesn't get to come around. We make sure they don't come around. As a matter of fact, we gonna get them out of town before we get done. People, that's nation building. You can tell as much about a nation for the people that it keeps out as the people that it brings in. And black folk have had a bad habit of not vetting people and just saying, well, if they kind of look like us, they okay. Not demanding that they demonstrate their allegiance to the people. And in Atlanta, you got some supposedly prosperous black people and who abandoned the community and said, okay, well, it's all about me. And now that you want to fight white supremacy, there's nothing in place to regulate the community. You see, you're supposed to know who all the troublemakers are. You're supposed to know who they are, and they're supposed to get handled. You feel that? You're supposed to know who all the producers are. You're supposed to know who all the builders are. You're supposed to know who all the troublemakers are. And the troublemakers are supposed to get handled by the power brokers. The power brokers are supposed to walk up on him and say, you got to pay this tax, dude. Tax, nigga? I ain't got to pay no tax, nigga. Bruh, you got to pay this tax, man. You got to pay the tax. You got to show up and speak here. You don't get no say in this. you gonna have to do it. I ain't doing a damn thing, nigga. All right. Now, the exchange that I just mentioned to you all now what I got to do, I got to move this out to the West Coast. I got to move this out to the West Coast, to a place that understands it. Out there on the West Coast, when the essays run up on one of their people and tell them these the rules, what happens to anybody who sit up and tell you, yo, lo siento, I mean, I want no trouble. I don't do that right there. I don't really roll with you guys like that, man. You show me what happens, or if you got a hard head, hey, cut, I don't do that right there, man. Y'all back up off of me, man. I do what I want to do. When they tell him, you bad for the block, you got to start paying a tax. You got to start producing. You tell me what happens in East LA. You tell me what happens in San Mateo. You tell me what happens in Stockton. Among their people, if you one of these renegades who don't want to toe the line. You go tell me what happens to a renegade who's bad for the block and starts telling the power brokers what he ain't gonna do and what he doesn't have to do. You tell me what happens to him. I talked about this years ago when I stayed at the Black Union Address with Tariq and Professor Black Truth, and I was talking about, you go out there in Latino society, I wish you would have a Latino who walks by a Latino restaurant to go to a Black one. Her people don't check her. If she's lucky, she'll get yelled at. If she's less lucky, she'll get smacked up. If she's really unlucky, she might not need to be told nothing ever again. Am I exaggerating to my people in California? Am I exaggerating to my people in Southern Florida, in Miami? Am I exaggerating about the code and who enforces it? To my people up there in New York, in the Bronx, and among the Dominicans? Am I exaggerating the rules? Among the Jamaicans, am I exaggerating the rules? Am I making this up right now to my folk who live there? If I'm lying, getting these comments here and call out and say, Jason, I got proof you ain't telling the truth. You tell me it ain't like that. Some dumbass tell me, well, how do we do this? Nigga, they do it. Everybody else is doing it except us. Everybody else is doing it except us. Everything's on some John Wick stuff. John Wick killed 10 people in the damn house. The cop shows up. You figure, well, John's in trouble now. The cop looks behind and has some guests. A little trouble back there. Has some uninvited guests. Oh, I'll leave you to it. See, I know what you worried about. There's some scared niggas in the chat room right now, and I get it. I understand. You've been scared. You one of them timid niggas. I get it. That's what you is. You one of the niggas right here. Well, you know, the love of Jesus told me we ain't gonna do that right there. The love of Jesus. All right. We got some of these Sunday school people up in here. And you know how reliable and non-hypocritical they are. These Sunday school people. When you start talking like this, the first thing they want to do is start talking about, oh no, let me rub my chakras. I'm a monk. We shouldn't do that right there. Now you take $5 from him and he'll do a life sentence. But all right. I put up a post here just yesterday. And by the way, before the day was halfway over, the post was proven so damn prescient and so damn true. Folk thought I was channeling the future. When I talked about these snitches, oh, I'm about to get in trouble now. But they took down Farrakhan's video. They're going to get me next. Man, why am I doing this? They took down Farrakhan's video, and I'm about to be me now. Oh well, I'm already starting down the road. Might as well keep going. Told y'all about these snitches. And see, what's worrying you is the snitches. That's what's worrying you. You worrying because either you are a snitch or you are concerned about the ramifications of snitches jumping up. Snitches don't have any power. What snitches do is they go bump their gums to people who do have power. That's what snitches do. So you worried that the snitch is going to call white daddy. And see, what we have to understand is you cannot be a power broker if there are snitches in your midst. You're supposed to have intelligence on other people. But somebody who gums get to bumping, oh no, that nigga is bad for the block. He or she got to go today. Don't matter how they get dealt with. The snitch got to go. You can't remain on the block and use a snitch. It can't be that way. Because you see, when it's time for us to handle business, however the business must be handled, we're not going to have somebody sitting up here, ooh, white daddy, you know, if you give me an EBT card and some Section 8, this will be what occurs. I'm going to tell you what's going on. You've got weak little slime ball niggas who live like that. Now, other groups of people understood that that's not a situation you can tolerate. Other groups of people understood very clearly, you can't really let that go on for any real length of time. And if somebody even looks like they the kind who would do that, some got to happen. We need silence. We require silence. See, the reason that niggas don't like a no snitching policy is because they want the option of calling white mommy and white daddy to handle things. People, if you want safe neighborhoods, do you know where safe neighborhoods start? Safe neighborhoods start with responsible people. One responsible person gets together with 5 other responsible people. Those 5 other responsible people make sure there's a responsible street, a responsible block, a responsible 5 blocks, and that's the way it goes. And they maintain order. And when somebody shows up who is not contributing to the order, we move him along. And if he doesn't move willingly, then he is moved unwillingly. See, this is new talk to y'all. This is new talk. And I know it's new talk because when I see niggas who should know better and they wringing their hands and talking about what ain't happening and whatnot, it's like, oh, no, no, no. But then again, I got to ask you all a question. I got to ask you something right now. What I'm going to say next, oh boy, I've just been stepping in it all damn night tonight. Why do y'all have me making so much trouble? In any case, I got to ask y'all right now, do you think that you can make that occur under these circumstances? That's the question I'm asking you right now. I really just want to know, do you believe that you can make that occur under these circumstances? And there's a reason why I'm asking what I'm asking. Don't get scared now. Don't get scared. I know I'm going to upset some people when I say this, because I haven't said what I'm going to say just yet. Well, I want you to understand, do you really believe that you are going to be able to successfully impose such a policy under these circumstances. And these are things you're going to need to be able to do, by the way. You're going to have to be able to do this. But before you can do it, you're first of all going to have to be clear on exactly who it is you're doing it with. Because, quite frankly, and I'm just going to be brutally honest about this, do you believe that you're going to be able to enforce a no snitching policy so you can clean up the block with some of the folk that y'all got standing out front right now? Oh, hell, did I just do it? Did I just do it? I just did it. Okay, I just did it. Guess I got to step in it. Now, do you really believe that we are going to be able to institute community control when you've got folks who telling you they got 2 and 3 generations of cops in their families? Do you think that they are built to accommodate and accept a no snitching policy? I'm not casting aspersions. I'm not even making any type of determinations. I'm just asking you a question. I'm asking you if they are built for the type of situation that we're gonna need and which needs to be done. Are they ready for that? Are they ready to endorse Black people instituting control under Black means? Because let's just be very, very clear about this, folks. You got a bunch of Black folk who see running to white mommy and white daddy as their means of control over other Black folk. So when you and I start talking about Black people running things, they get scared real damn fast. They get scared ultra quick. Your hood rats are not doing things by accident. They see Black autonomy and Black control as the end of the world for them. And that simply cannot be allowed. So snitching is their get out of jail free card, if you will. That's their trump card. If anything go wrong, I'm gonna call in, I'm a snitch. I'm a snitch. You see, white folk don't snitch to us. Oh, I'm just digging in deeper. White folk don't snitch to us. White folk don't snitch to us on each other. They don't go looking for a Black person to go find and drop the dime to. We got Black folk who've been killed now for decades. The police departments don't talk. Evidence all over the damn place. I was watching a Vox. There's a video on YouTube by Vox, how white supremacists overthrew a government. You can go look it up. It's on YouTube. It's a video from Vox on YouTube about how white supremacists overthrew a government. They're talking about Wilmington, North Carolina is what they're talking about. And everybody talks about the white supremacist race riot up there. Everybody talks about that. But what they don't talk about is the fact that these individuals up there, this was part of an organized campaign. They got together and ran out the Black newspaper editor. They got together and ran out the Black newspaper editor and said, oh man, the white men got together as a group. They said there's going to be a meeting for white men only. And then they said, we are taking over We're going to put notice to all the black politicians and whatnot. You got to be out of town by sundown. And if you're not, what happens next is what's going to happen next. You do understand that there are schools and institutions and parks and other things named after the white supremacists who carried out that massacre. But do you notice what didn't happen? Didn't nobody snitch on them? The government structure didn't demand nothing. Nobody told. Nobody named names. They didn't come to us. They didn't come to us and say, hey, here's what happened. White folks, should I say non-black people? I shouldn't even just relegate it to white folk. Non-black people don't snitch to us. We didn't get no help from the Asian community about Peter Liang. They didn't snitch to us. They didn't say nothing. Amber Geiger, we had to dig up all the information about Amber Geiger on our own. White folk wasn't snitching. They wasn't going to tell us, oh yeah, they 3%ers and everything else. They wasn't doing that. They were not doing that. People don't, you got scared niggas who sit up here and whatnot, and they've been lying about their uncle touching them since they were children. That's the extent of secrecy that you know. You're not used to a society that protects itself by sequestering information. You ain't used to that. You ain't used to that. Other folk don't talk to us about what they know. They don't disclose to us what they know. I've told y'all about whether the comic book industry, the music industry, they sequester all that information. They wouldn't tell you what the tools are. They wouldn't tell you what type of paper they use, and it's not actually paper. They wouldn't tell you about the brushes. They wouldn't tell you about the process. They don't tell you anything. In filmmaking today, they don't tell you about the tools they use. They don't tell you about the workflow. They don't tell you how to put it together. You've been watching movies for 100 damn years, and they don't even tell you, you can't even look up on YouTube what the proper workflow is for putting a movie together. They don't tell you about that 100 damn years later with something as ubiquitous as movies, and yet they don't tell you how to do that. You might find out, but they're not going to tell you. In the music recording business, you walk into a studio, you just see a bunch of equipment in there. Ain't nobody telling you what all that equipment is for. You see a mix board, but then you see a compressor, a decompressor, a world clock, and man, what the hell is all this stuff sitting up here? There's racks of equipment, and nobody telling you, oh, don't worry about it. We just use this here to even out the sound. We just use this to punch the bass. They don't tell you nothing. They don't tell you anything. You just sit around looking around like boo-boo the fool. They don't tell you nothing. They don't sit up here and try to convince you of what they know. And there will be consequences for them from other people if they do. When if a white person does attempt to do such a thing, there will be consequences. You see, in non-black society, it's okay to empathize with black people. You are freely allowed to empathize and to acknowledge white supremacist violence against us. You're fully allowed to do that. What you are not allowed to do is move on to the next step, which is consequences for white supremacist behavior. They're going to let you know real quick, we don't do that. We don't do that. You can empathize with niggas, but you don't help them to physically do something to us. If you give them information that allows them to physically do something to us, there'll be consequences. Case in point, up there in Joliet, there was a black man basically got choked to death by the police. They said he had drugs in his mouth and whatnot. And then it comes out there was a sergeant, Latino actually, released the video. He found the video that they didn't release, and he released it publicly to show, hey, they were holding this man's nose closed and hitting him, and shoving a baton in his throat or in his mouth. Well, guess what? The cops who did all this have still not been punished, but they just suspended that guy. People, you're in a race war. These other folk, they got a strict no snitching policy, even when they're breaking the law, even when it's very clear. They got a strict no snitching policy. You get over here in black society, and all of a sudden, we're the only group of people who've been conditioned and taught that you can be renegades. That's why you need a black power structure. You need black power brokers who need to discuss in no uncertain terms that this block is living by street code. And that's what it's got to be. It's got to be that this block is living by the street code. Not going to have any renegades. Not going to have anybody saying, I'm going to do what I want to do. No, that's over. Because you now exist under a new government. White daddy is no longer at the top of the food chain. You exist under a new governmental structure now. We are the government. We make the rules. We also dole out the consequences. We're the ones who do that. Ain't no police coming to save you. What you really mean is, well, if I want to disrupt and defy, then white daddy will be my backup. So I always got that little trump card I can play. Like the humpback from the movie 300. I got a little trump card. I can play that one. If you niggas get out of line, I'm willing to betray the group. I'll call in white daddy so I can get away with that. And niggas will try it if they can get away with it. They'll try it if they can get away with it. What I'm telling you is this: so much of this hand-wringing is a result of not understanding that at this point, folks don't need to be allowed to get away with that anymore. They don't need to be allowed to get away with that. And the folk who actually have resources, y'all been so busy trying to align yourselves with various politicians so you can get invited to parties, and so you can go to the press conference and floss and act like you really got something happening and, oh, take a look here, because you got business interests. And I do understand that. There's nothing wrong with you having business interests. That's great. That's wonderful. But if you are putting your desire to develop political connections ahead of the good of the group, now that's where we have to draw the line. Your desire for political connections cannot trump the good of the group. It can't be allowed to do that. You can't be allowed to sit up here and say, well, I'm looking out for me and I'm giving connections. Keisha Bottoms is not. But this is our time to run things. But part of this is understanding there's a learning curve. There is a learning curve that is in play. And what we're finding out through this learning curve here is that everybody who's around us isn't with us. Everybody doesn't want to go to the promised land. Everybody doesn't want to be free. That's what you're finding out. And when you have real power brokers who deal with real things and handle real business, who take care of building communities and societies, then you understand, there's some folks standing around out here who really don't need to be here because they don't want to be free. Part of leadership is separating the wheat from the chaff and making it very clear that you understand that being here is a privilege. Folks, with the police out of the way right now, do you understand that you've got the opportunity to rebuild Atlanta and to make it clear that being there is a privilege? Black folk, you have the ability to make it clear in Atlanta and Minneapolis and other places, DC, you can make it very clear to folk, being here is a privilege, dude. It's a privilege. And everybody has to earn the privilege of being in this very, very advantageous place. Tell me that you've heard these folk talk the way I'm talking. How many of them have said to you all that being in these black cities should be a privilege? You can't just sit here. See, white supremacy said, okay, Bushika, we keeping you here so you can disrupt the productive black folk here. But wink, wink, you know what you need to do. Yes, sir, white daddies, I got that. I'm on the job. This is new to black folk as a group, but for everybody who has sat back and lived high on the hog and you've been watching things happen so you can be the richest nigga on the block and be the big shot, that's not going to work now. You have to be part of the solution. And being part of the solution means control of the block. People, listen to me. We've won the war, but we are now in danger of losing the peace. And if we don't get these disruptive elements out of the system, run them off the block and get them out of town, that's how you lose the peace, because that's what the white supremacist structure is relying on. They are relying on that. They are relying on us to keep elements around us who are merely going to disrupt us. We have to be smart enough to understand not to fall for that. We have to be smart enough to understand that. As a people, I know this is scary for a lot of you, but we've got to clean out. We got to thin the herd. You thought it was a game. You thought it was a joke. We have to thin the herd, people. I don't say that as hyperbole. I mean, literally, you're going to have to thin the herd. Somebody's out here shooting children. And by the way, we don't know if it's white supremacists. It very well could be these white supremacists are out here murdering children because they have a pedigree for doing that. Very, very clearly. Whether it's them, whether it's external or internal, we got to be ready to, we have to start dealing with everybody and make it very clear to them that this is going to be rebuilt in our image. But what they want to do is convince us that we can't keep the peace, or that the peace is not worth keeping. And a lot of you have been raised with the idea that it's not your job to take care of the society. They've convinced you your job is just take care of you. No, it is not. Your job is to take care of the group. Your job is to see to everyone's benefit, everybody who is actually pulling their weight and pulling their load. That is what it means to keep, not just win the peace, but keep the peace. And I'm seeing folk getting cold feet, and they're getting nervous now, and they're getting worried. And as Black folk, we getting scared about it. And to the extent that something happened to these children and whatnot, we as Black folk, we know what the hell happened. We know what the hell happened, and we know who the hell did it. And what needs to happen is the community gets together and makes an example. That makes a very clear example that nobody better try to do something like this again. You make an example that is so clear, so precise, so overwhelming, so drastic, that it makes it clear to everyone, oh, no, you don't do nothing like this. Because someone who is disrupting the peace right now, he ain't just doing him, he's a traitor. He's a traitor to the group. There's only one way to deal with treason. Just one. What do we do as a group now? Right now, you've been witnessing here, and I've lent my strength to the cause to get everybody on the same page. I'm one of the media people. And since you haven't had a Black media up until now, what the Black media here does is we try to get everybody on the same page. Part of that has been my effort to make sure that we are very public and very in people's faces about what the Black agenda is. I've been doing my part here. We're getting ready to take this to more places and more cities and more areas. We're getting ready to do that. I also want to announce one more thing here tonight. I am negotiating with various connections here. I want to put up a billboard in Louisville, Kentucky, because the murder of Breonna Taylor is a stench that has become overwhelming. And people are getting ready to gather in that city. Folks are getting ready to come to that city and gather and demand justice. And I want to make sure that we make it very clear that in no uncertain terms what it is we expect to happen. This is a young woman who was shot 8 times as she was naked in her bed. Shot 8 times. This is cold-blooded murder. And I want them to understand that if they will not bring the killers to justice, we'll bring justice to them. But you are not going to be allowed to ignore this. So we're bringing justice to them. And I am in the process now of getting, I want to get something as close to where she was killed as possible. I'm working on various locations for that. You do understand that this is a difficult thing to be done because they do make it hard for us. Nobody makes it easy. But these are the things I want to see done. You need a place to rally. We're going to do that. In New York City, I'm very well aware. I posted about this before, by the way. No, it's not a coincidence. I posted up the billboard about making racially targeted 911 calls a hate crime. And a few days later, they make charges against Amy Cooper. But let's be clear, there are 1,000 Amy Coopers out there. There are 1,000 of them, just in New York. There are 1,000 Amy Coopers, and so it is necessary for us to make sure we get them all. We need to get them all. And as a group, we have allowed some of these people to get away with that. And yes, I understand the LGBT coon who she had called the police on is so worried that he's going to endanger his interracial sexual access that he went out of his way to make it clear, oh, I'm not threatening nothing now. I ain't gonna do that there now, y'all. I think she done suffered enough. My white boo let me know that I shouldn't really help y'all with that there. So that's gonna be a different matters here. That's gonna be a different matter. So I want you all to be clear on that. This was never about him. This was never about Christian, what a aptly named individual there. This was never about him. This is about us and about our agenda. There are 1,000 Amy Coopers in New York alone. This is not just about one person. This is about our group, not just about one person. So the fight goes on. When I said close the Central Park Karen loophole, the fight goes on. The fight for reparations goes on. The fight for justice goes on. It doesn't end with a single individual. But now what I want for you to do is I want you to make sure that you lend your strength to the cause. Now, I'm not asking anybody to do anything. I'm leading from the front. Winning the war means that you take it to them. And no, you're not seeing me get together with my LGBT buddies and go to Louisville and hold a damn conference. I'm talking about taking on white supremacy there. I'm talking about making a beachhead there. We're going where they are. So be looking for that. I'm going to have updates on that coming. We're looking at Chicago and Atlanta. I want to put those up because I got some very pointed words for Keisha Bottoms in Atlanta and Lori Lightfoot. I got some very pointed statements for them, which is what I'm going to do. But we got the momentum behind us right now. We're winning the war, people. Let me say that in no uncertain terms. They shaking in their boots from sea to shining sea. We're winning the war. What they want to know is whether or not we're willing to continue to press the campaign. And all I want to do is demonstrate that we're willing to press it. And yes, I'm aware. Yes, I know there are people out there. Now all of a sudden, everybody wants to get a billboard. All of a sudden, everybody wants to do that. If your organization took in $30 million, then I'll be damned. You should have been able to do a hell of a lot more than that, by the way. I would expect you to be able to do that. But yes, we started a thing. I get that, okay? I get it. And this is what leadership is. No, I'm not offended by it. I understand other entities are trying to do it. People, this is what leading looks like. You're the pioneer. You're the first one to go out there. And once you show people that it's viable and it's effective, yeah, man, it's a bunch of people going to come riding your coattails because you proved that the ice was thick enough to skate across. But understand something else. We want to be in the front. We don't want to be in the rear. People, we don't want to be following other folk. We want to be at the forefront. We don't want to be following nobody. We don't want to wait until the market is saturated and people's eyes glaze over, whatever. We want to be first in the door. We also want to be the biggest and the best and the most dynamic at it. We want to be those people. So, no, I'm not the least bit offended. I'm not the least bit worried about it at all. All this demonstrates is we're on the right track. That's all this means. And I know there's this white supremacists who put up ones now. You know, Stormfront was mad as hell about this. Stormfront saw the billboards and they were mad as hell. Stormfront saw it and they were mad. They were furious. That lets you know you're on the right track. They were furious when they saw it. So we're leading from the front. We're not setting the trend. We are setting the default. We're setting the agenda. We're not setting trends, people. We're setting the future. And this is exactly what I want us to be and exactly what I want us to do. I don't want us pulling up the rear for nobody. I want us running it. But this is what running it looks like. We have to be first. So we're definitely on the right track. The white supremacists are responding. The government in New York is responding, but not nearly as much as we want them to. But they just need to understand this is a marathon, not a sprint. So we understand this is going to take a concerted, continuous effort. But we're on the right track. We're on the right track. It's had the results that we're looking for. A lot of folk are talking about it. A lot of folk are upset. And our job is to bring comfort to the afflicted and affliction to the comfortable. And we're going to continue doing that. So just be aware. I want to give you all an update on that. We are officially, I want to say this tonight, we are officially moving forward with our plans of putting up a billboard in Atlanta. And I'm also looking at putting up one in Chicago. Now, if you're not a member of my Facebook group, you definitely want to check that out as well, because I've got a poll on Facebook. I'm taking down the current one for Chicago. I'm taking that down because my rep at Lamar, I put a little pressure on him and told him I want some stuff in downtown. So my rep from Lamar went back, and all of a sudden they found some locations in downtown Chicago. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the post, and my mods, you can put the link to my Facebook group, and we got some new people here or whatever. My Facebook group, there's a poll there are polls in my Facebook group there, although I'm probably going to have to put a link somewhere because two of them together may not show up right next to each other. But there's one for Atlanta and one for Chicago. I am going to remove the one for Chicago and redo it with the whole list of panel numbers I've been given, so my people in Chicago can weigh in and let me know where they think the best location is. So this is interactive. This is interactive. I'm allowing those of you in Chicago and in Atlanta. Nobody else does this with you. It's all you'll be able to do that. If you live in Chicago and you want to vote on a location, you can choose that too. So I'm going to have those available, and whatever gets the most votes, or whichever gets the most votes, that's going to be what I go with. That's going to be what I go with. Also in Louisville, I'm going to start looking at locations there as well. I don't know if I'm going to put up a poll necessarily. I'm probably just going to try to find something that is as close as it can be to where she was killed at, or as close to a police station as I can get. I'm going to go ahead and do that as well. So just be aware that that's something that I'm taking a look at and getting into. Before I say anything else here, and I just want to make this very clear here, I want to thank everybody who has contributed to these efforts. I haven't asked for anything. I really haven't. This is something I felt moved to do on my own, but I want to make it very, very clear. I'm not going to say a bunch of names because a bunch of folk don't want their names said, and I understand that. But what I am going to say is I will name one person, DeMarcus, Mr. Lott. Thank you very much. You know, you definitely put your money where your mouth is. A lot of folk ain't doing that. And like I said, I'm not asking folk to step up. We just got to do what we got to do no matter what happens. This is about survival. But thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Brother Sutan as well. You definitely put your money where your mouth is. Sylvester McCrae, Chris Thomas, thank you all as well. I'm noticing the people who are serious about that. And I just want to acknowledge you all personally as far as that is concerned, because we don't get to talk about that enough, and I don't get to say that enough. And no, you shouldn't do something for thanks, and you shouldn't do something for praise. So when you have people like Thomas McCrae, you know, who's done his part, I just wanted to make sure that you all understand it hasn't gone unwatched. It hasn't gone unnoticed. It hasn't gone unseen. I don't do things to get thanks. I don't do things to get a pat on the back. I don't have any kids. I don't have any children. I'm doing this for my people. I'm doing this for my people. I'm doing this for them. But I did want to let people like Sherry Hunter know that, you know, I've seen what you all have done. Whenever you all do that kind of thing, like I said, that just goes directly and alerts me. And it lets me know who's serious about it. It lets me know who's serious about it. So Ernestine and Tracy, thank you very much as well. And to everybody who has put skin in the game on this, to everybody who has done something and said, you know what, I'm not going to let the fact that I can't do everything stop me from doing anything. Thank you very much for doing that as well. We're going to have more here, and this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And people, let's just be clear about one more thing. One day we all gonna be gone. One day we're all gonna be gone. There's not gonna be a bunch of people who remember. If we're lucky, there'll be a couple people who might remember, hey, wasn't there a guy named Jason Black one day? If you're lucky, there will be, but there won't. Let's just be very clear, there won't. You heard about Dr. King, but Dr. King didn't march across that bridge on his own. You know, the Deacons for Defense and whatnot, can you name 3 of them? Can you name 3 of the Deacons of Defense? Our history is written by the unsung and the unnamed. Understand that. Our history is written by the unsung and the unnamed. I have never been a person who tried to put himself out there and say, hey, can I get some attention for me? What's my reward? You all aren't giving me enough thanks. You should be grateful. Dude, I'm grateful to do the work in service of the people. And I'm perfectly fine with my name never being known. I'm perfectly fine with being an unsung individual. I won't say unsung hero, because I'm not a hero. I'm not a leader. I'm your servant. And it's been my privilege to be the servant of the people. And that's all I've actually asked for. And if I can do something, if I can do my part to destroy this wicked, evil system in order to restore the greatness of African people, that is all the reward I could ever ask for and more. It's all the reward I could ever want and more. And that's real talk. So I want to thank everybody who's been a part of this, everyone who's done anything, whether you gave $5 or 5 million. Nobody's giving 5 million, but you get the point. No matter what you've done, I want to let you know the world is never going to sing your praises. They're never going to know your name. They're not going to make any songs about you. Nobody's going to make a monument with your image. I just want you to know that I know. Just understand, I know. That's all. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the haven of intelligent Black thought. We do this every weekend. Over 99,000 subscribers, streaking on its way to 100,000. There should be a time that we are able to sit on our laurels and at least take a moment to breathe and celebrate. But brothers, we're in the middle of a war zone. Don't have time to celebrate. The war goes on. But we are almost at 100,000 subscribers. People, we are not a little thing. They fear us for a reason, and they are afraid of us for a purpose. So if you haven't clicked that red subscribe button, do that now. It helps us to be able to aggregate and put our hands around just how many people adhere to this, and click that yellow notification bell so that you can be notified when we're broadcasting. I do understand that YouTube does have us under a shadow ban, but we want to make sure that we try to stick together as a community as much as we possibly can. So to anybody who has tried to convince you that we're this fringe element and nobody really knows about it and we don't know what's going on and this isn't really palatable and not that many people adhere to it and ain't that big of a thing. And oh yeah, we don't just have a large number of subscribers. Most of those people watch the program when it airs. So we have a large amount of engagement. This is the Black agenda and people are digging it. If you have not seen our documentary work, I want you to go to our website, blackchannelfilms.com. That is blackchannelfilms.com, and check out our documentaries. 7 a.m., Gentrified Ethnic Cleansing American Style, our newest documentary, Race War, all available on sale, all available on Amazon, all available for streaming, all available now. Blackchannelfilms.com. That is blackchannelfilms.com. You can find it all there. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel radio program. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, Black is the future, and the future is uncompromising.
Class is in session once again, and I am thrilled, privileged to be in the presence of someone that I've admired for quite some time, but just recently had a chance to dive all the way into a book that I had heard so much about for quite some time. So I'm excited to be able to present the text, but then at the same time, speak with the author and practicing doctor in the world of mental health for over 30 years and just a phenomenal speaker, educator, and, warrior on the front line for our culture. It is an honor and a privilege, pleasure, all of those beautiful P words that we could think of to sit next to Dr. Joy DeGruy. How are you?
I am wonderful, even better right now.
Dr. Joy, man, I'm so well. And the text that we would be covering today is something I posted on my Instagram, and at this moment, kind of gone through a few times, post-traumatic slave syndrome, and it's interesting that. And I'll kind of give a framing question in a minute about America's legacy, enduring injury, and healing, because I feel like we're in a space in 2020 right now where healing is all people want to hear about. So I know people are going to dive into this one in a big way. But I just have to kind of give a little bit of the background of how I was put up on this. Obviously, just recently graduated from Howard University, and then stepping into my master's program in the space of neuropsychology. I've been really just trying, I say criminology was the study of a Black man. Now, psychology is studying the Black man's mind.
with a own self-discovery, how my own mind works. And I had just, I would say probably the term just PTSD was a term that I had picked up on. And I would almost say weeks after I heard that term or became familiar with that term and what it represents. And, you know, that's always associated with everything from, you know, war veterans. And I started to see that it was being associated with even in pregnancy. People were just using it. It became a buzz term. And then I started to hear it be used towards young Black men in inner cities and dealing with their education. And then instantly somebody said, have you ever read Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome? And I was like, nah. but I instantly kind of figured out where it was going. And in that moment, they were saying, you know, in Dr. Joy, she has a bunch of great videos on YouTube. And so because I didn't have the book at the moment, I went straight to and looked up a bunch of your videos and saw one that you're unapologetically brilliant in Black and put it in a way that like you just cut to it when you speak. And I found that to be phenomenal. And some of the things you were speaking about connected with me instantly. And then as of recently, I got a chance to read and unpack the book, which is amazing. And I feel like I got the new revised and updated edition. And one thing that I saw that, and I don't know if this was in any other editions, but I believe it's, I think it was in the introduction, you spoke about one, you know, traveling and being a matriarch in your own family and seeing your children having to react. I forgot, I always mess it up, but there was a term where it's like, how are the children? And it was translated from what language was?
Oh gosh, now you
I'm taking you to your book. I can tell you how to say. I know I'm gonna mess it up. Kasirian
and Gira.
Yeah, because that means.
And how are the children?
Yeah, and that term, like
the Maasai.
Yeah, when we're talking about moving towards the healing of this next generation and the current state that we're in, that truly is the question that needs to be asked. And when you think about as a parent, because that's what I'm struggling with right now, is I'm not out here fighting for me or speaking up for me. I'm speaking up for my kids and knowing and I'm actually optimistic and hopeful for this next generation, because at least it's all on the table now. It ain't no hiding. It ain't no, I don't see color and all of that. None of that is out there no more. You talk about that in the book as well. But now it's like, okay, we've exposed our wounds. How do we heal them? And we're healing them for the children. So I say all of that to say, post-traumatic slave syndrome, how did you come up with this entire concept and study? And was it really about that next generation?
It's absolutely. And I was just talking to someone yesterday about the fact that it is about the next generation and changing the trajectory. And we can do that.
Right.
It's absolutely possible to change the trajectory. I think the way it came up a couple of different ways. One, living in this skin, I'm 62 years old. I grew up where my father, who was a Mason, which I'd have to kill you to tell you anything more about it.
Yeah.
And my father went to the 6th grade. My mother had a full scholarship. They came out of Louisiana, knew they wanted something different from their children, for their children. My father was one of those people who was calling himself an Asiatic Black man before anybody was talking about
that.
And so being Black was something that was natural and comfortable and healthy in my family. So on one hand, as I grew up as a child, and because of the time I grew up in, when Black people would get mad at each other, they'd insult each other, but they'd call you Black first. You Black, fill in the blank. Black, And even as a small child, I was going, but you are Black.
Yeah.
But the assumption here is if I call you Black, it's going to hurt you. Right. And so even then I was going, well,
if I remind you
of your Blackness, but I'm going to beat you up with your Blackness. Right. And so I started listening to that. I would hear things like, oh gosh, she was so pretty, even though she was dark.
Right.
Oh, he was
Pretty
really attractive.
for a black girl.
Yeah. He was really attractive. He had good hair.
Right.
Light-skinned.
Right.
Word. And all of those things to me were symptoms growing up. And from a very deeply spiritual place, there's a wonderful scripture. I'm a Baha'i. And there's a wonderful scripture that says that the black man is like the pupil of the eye, surrounded by a sea of white. But it is the pupil that contains the sight. It beholds what is before it. Powerful, right? And you think about pupil vision, and that's something our people have always had.
Right.
Had that vision. And it occurred to me that 339 years, if you're looking at, the Spanish, folks that, enslaved folks in the Carolinas, 339 years of enslavement. And I had to think about, what did that do to folks?
Right.
Now, as a clinician, I was familiar with post-traumatic stress disorder, which is essentially a disorder that occurs as a result of experiencing directly or indirectly a single trauma.
Right.
You don't even have to have been there.
Yeah.
Right.
Just if you're exposed to it.
If you're just exposed,
Right.
if you hear about someone you love being tortured or killed, it could cause you to have stress-related illness to the degree that you may need medication and, intense psychotherapy. So you think about that, and I'm going, when did we heal? Wait a minute. When did the assault stop?
Right.
Right.
We
And
still
so
being beat.
There you go. So
Right.
for me, I started looking at it's not plausible. So the two things that happened, of course, when I was bringing this up, you always have the folks that are like, but weren't there happy slaves?
No.
I'm gonna go, yeah, well, let me think. Because we got a few now.
But you brainwashed them
There you
for
go.
your definition is happiness based off of your standards.
Exactly. So, but we have folks, that, and I'm really, really clear about the nature of this injury. But I look at this and I think to myself, you have all of these Black folks through all of these generations that have been traumatized, and severely traumatized, not once, lifetimes of trauma. And there was never a healing. There was never an acknowledgement of the assault. There was never an acknowledgement that there was injury.
Wow.
And any one of
There was a denial.
total denial. But think about the incredible resilience and power of a people to never acknowledge that injury. And at the same time, in the midst of it, the assault to still rise. It's phenomenal.
Indeed.
We are indeed a miracle as a people.
Beyond. And it's you bring up so many things because clearly I chose this book because of the current times. And knowing it was like, man, I got to get to that book. I want to read it. And, kind of partnered it with a few other books. But what stuck out to me was the healing process. And specifically when speaking about race and how it's defined in its current state. Because there was always the myth of race. And I think there was a question that you asked in the book where it's like, if you had to, ask someone to name the races of humanity,
What they say.
Yeah. Like, how do you name that? You know what I mean? So clearly at some point, and right now the name escapes me, but I know when they were saying the originator, or the father of race.
Carl von Linnaeus.
Yeah, the German.
Father of anthropology.
Yeah. Right. And breaking it down. And even, I mean, if we want, we could go to, Greeks and Romans if we wanted to have that conversation. But where someone actually started to say there is a superior race and everyone else, therefore, is underneath us because of the way they look, because of the shapes of their skulls, because of, how they walk, and obviously the color of their skin and the melanin is what I really want to touch on. Because I feel like when we talk about the carbon that's in our skin, or as which we call melanin, and when we come from the source, if we're gonna say Africa or Pangea, whatever you want to call it, as the original man who was a hue man, a man who had carbon and melanin in his skin, and get into, because people get scared when I start walking down this line. When I talk about the lack of melanin And when you take the power and how, you know, they say, you know, melanin is one of the most richest forms of, like, it's actually, first of all, melanin is actually on the stock market. If people don't know that. You could exchange and invest in melanin.
Get out.
Yeah, but they also say it's that idea of melanin is originated in our people, and the lack of melanin is a deficiency. And when you think about, because we are ones who can absorb the sun, and we absorb the power in which the sun offers us, and we can talk this on a metaphysical level, or we can talk this on a pure science level.
Sure.
If we treat it in the sense of, we are people still to this day, a melanated people that are judged and looked at, one, I still don't even know how we got there, of looking at as second-class citizens or lesser than, because of our melanin, which is actually our power. And the people who don't have the melanin, like, where did that psychological
it's interesting that you bring that up, because I think that it's very deep. First of all, biologically speaking, there's only one race.
Right. The human race.
We're humans. And I mean, literally, we're 99.99% the same.
Right.
Very, very little difference.
Yeah.
However, what we also know, and I think that much of what we're seeing in terms of this kind of obsession, this what I call a pathological fear of annihilation. Okay.
It's
a pathological fear of annihilation.
Yeah.
And the fear is stemming from, now, again, I was talking about my PowerPoint. I have a PowerPoint, which it doesn't compare to the book. It's much broader.
Right.
But it's like through a 10-week course. So it's 360 slides or whatever.
Right.
So it's really in depth. And one of the things that I do is I talk about population, right? So the Earth is 7.7 billion and growing. The majority of the world is a world of color.
Right.
That's an absolute truth. There's no ambiguity there. There's no confusion, no argument.
Right.
The majority of the world are people of color.
Facts.
Okay, fact. So when we look at the amount or the size of Europeans compared to everyone else, then I go back and we start talking about continents, right?
Right.
So we start talking about continents, and I'm going to bring us back. I every now and then, whenever I do my talks, I would go, let's just see if they're still lying. I'm just curious if they're still lying. Okay, so we were taught as children that there were 7 continents: Africa, Asia, Australia, Antarctica, North America, South America.
Right. All the A's.
And you.
Oh shit, Tony. Tony was in this bitch. Oh shit, damn. Oh, everything, man. Shit.
Shit, you wasn't there. Was you up when he came in the house with him? Oh, girl. Did he have do shit today? Huh? He had do shit today? Before you went to sleep or whatever? Because you was there before I left the lock. He had drugs. Can't find my drugs. We're doing for it. I'm saying my whole bomb.
What you mean like the? What you mean like
the
one?
sack
Hold on.
The sack I was getting from the corner store. You see the whole bomb.
Let's connect. Tony Skittles. Who is DS Angel? Damn, Jinky was here. I missed everything. Music Dream was here. Renson Peralta.
Ayan, nandito yung mga support chatin natin, guys. Please pa, support. Yes. Lulu ka ng lulu dyan? Yes. Yes. May shout out sa yung lahat, guys, Guys, isang wag na ito. Okay. Guys, ano na lang. Sino hindi nakatusok, guys, patusok naman dyan. At Team Taga-Bukid, shout out sa iyo. Ayan dito pala. Sorry, hindi ko na nakita. Diyan may mga damit na kayo, guys. Pwede na kayong maghabulan dyan. Okay, thank you so much.
Binababa ko sa Kiro Vlog, sa KOS Vlog din, binababa ko din siya. Maintindihan naman kita. Hi, baby! Best friend, little Kiki. Ayan, may Kiki. Lady Mio TV, mega shoutout. Lady Mio, Dalak Pocheras, mega shoutout. Rod Santa Maria, mega shoutout. Hey, Kiki. How are you, Kiki? I miss you too, my best friend. Rosalie Embu, shoutout you, Rosalie Embu.
Good news. Investing in E-Trade, not complicated. But you will need the internet. And
Ayan.
Party music, DJ, hi auntie. Ayan, nagtamsak lang yan siya. Party DJ music, thank you so much. Thank you. Noraiza Opam, shout out to Stam Tamsa. Thank you so much, Noraiza. Party DJ music, thank you so much. I am in the stream. Ayan, also Party music, DJ, thank you so much for coming to you, sir. But I put your link now because I'm in the stream in 2 minutes. I give you a 2 minutes, guys, to connect our Party music. DJ is coming and mega shout out to you. Ayan. Okay. You are live. You are live, Mr. Party Music DJ. I cannot put your link down below because you are live. Okay. Yeah, I see. You are live. Oh my God. You are live.
Magkasama, pahabang buhay. Madam Jen, nag-shoutout to you, Madam Jen. Thank you so much, Madam. For the like and share. Pag-riban na pakulay lang ako. Eh di ikaw naman ganda. Good luck, correct, mega shout out. Rose sa Pinas, nag-iwan sa'yo ng si MJ Ward. Guys, please pakibalik, guys. Nangunguna siya, guys. Gusto niyang makarami, guys, si MJ Ward. Unahan niyo na, sabihin niyo lang dan na sa'yo para makita niya. Madam, gondola, correct. Gondola. Ay. Madam Jen, 003, Madam Jen, thank you so much. Hindi ko lang maamin. Guys, kayo connect guys ha, yung binababa ni Nightwood guys. Si Jen Dagot guys, lagyan nyo lang Trump Kilo Vlog para alam nyo guys, galing kayo dito para mapalitan kayo ng tama guys ha. Sana lahat ng nag-iwan ng bakas ako po lagi. Ayan guys. Unahan nyo yun guys, si LJ Ward guys. Gusto niya talaga mag-graduate guys. Madam, sa akin lang mga WH nyo para masaya.
Copyright strike 10 minutes before I end the stream, nigga. What? Oh, fuck all that. I'm about to end this shit right now.
Yan, shout out rin lahat guys ha, saglit lang.
Hello, party music. Thank you. Ay, oo nga pala. Wait lang. Sorry po. Nakalimutan ko mag-message nga pala sa'yo. Excuse me. Sorry, Ate Ash. Nagsishare pa po kasi ako sa ano eh, dun sa mga community na sinalihan. Thank you sa pagbisita, ate. No. Sorry po. Ano ba yun? Buti nakita ko. Thank you, Ate Ash, ha. Nakakaloka yung bahay mo. Lalaki ng lagas. Ano kaya yun? Makakapagod pa naman mag-isda-isda. Ha? Ano daw? Pinagsasabi mo, party mo. when you're going to marry me, and stop playing game. Ano lang? Sabi mo, sakit sa bangs. Naku ate, sakit talaga. Yung sa akin nga, lima-lima lang yung lagas niya. Ako, nangihina na yung loob ko. Kapagod kaya, pupuyat tapos kinabukasan, ganun yung lagas. Grabe yung sa'yo, 2025, ganun.
Oh shit. Damn, I know I'm supposed to ask this nigga something.
Yung nakulik mo kahapon kay kay Lopez, na, kinuha agad. Kaya, sayang.
Hey bro, this is Aki.
Pinagsasabi ni Partings.
Hello? Yeah, bro, this is Aki. Yo, I knew I was something I meant
Kasi
to ask
party
you.
music,
I called you the other
babae
day.
ito eh.
You said we was getting 800 a week.
Lagi
Nigga,
ako napunta
how?
sa,
It makes sense,
niya
nigga.
sa live, LS niya.
I'm getting 600. I'm getting
Babae
600.
kaya.
Yeah. Oh, that's my max. How you getting the extra 2? Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, because a couple people did say 8, but no, I ain't getting 8 though. I was getting 6 and shit. I was saying how I could get that extra 2 before it's too late. You said what? Yeah. Damn. I wonder why the fuck I ain't getting the whole 8 though. I think I got this shit one time. That's it. Damn. All right, but I'm gonna next time I call you, I'm probably gonna be letting you know when we go back to work and how we're gonna start setting up that process and shit. But that's probably gonna be like 2 weeks from now. All right, bro. Oh shit, I'm live. Huh? Ain't nobody on this bitch anyway. Give a fuck.
Foreigner? Hindi, hindi. Hindi siya foreigner. Bakla, tomboy, lalaki. Grabe ah. TV host? Nung kapanahunan siguro niya, oo. Co-host mo, hindi. Actress, hindi. Hindi siya actress. Hindi siya actress. Coco Martin, hindi din. Lalaki, oo, lalaki po siya. Ivana Alawi, hindi po.